What if ancient wisdom and gentle hearts found solace by firelight, sharing tales that bridge worlds and weave dreams from starlight and shadow? Welcome to What If, Sleep Storian, where what if whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you wandering through Middle-earth's timeless paths, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a fantasy lover, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below, give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. In the depths of the Third Age, when the world still hummed with ancient magic and the stars remembered songs older than memory itself, there existed a place where time seemed to pause and take a gentle breath. Rivendell, that last homely house east of the sea, nestled like a secret whispered between the rolling hills and the singing waters of the Bruinen. Here, where Elrond the Wise kept court with patience that spanned millennia. The air itself seemed to carry stories on every breeze, tales that danced between the leaves of ancient trees and settled like morning dew on the hearts of all who dwelt within its borders. The evening had drawn its silver veil across Middle-earth, and in the great hall of Rivendell a fire crackled with the contentment of old friends reunited. The flames flickered and swayed, casting dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own across the carved walls, where the history of the elder days lived on in stone and memory. The scent of pipeweed and old parchment mingled with the sweet fragrance of Eleanor flowers that bloomed eternal in the gardens beyond, creating an atmosphere so perfectly peaceful that even the wind seemed to whisper more softly here. By this hearth, in chairs worn smooth by countless evenings of contemplation and conversation, sat two figures whose very presence seemed to make the room glow with quiet wisdom. Gandalf the Grey, his weathered face mapped with the journeys of ages, drew slowly on his carved pipe, sending rings of smoke that curled and twisted like miniature dragons before dissolving into the warm air. His grey robes, travel-stained yet somehow dignified, pooled around him like gathered storm clouds that had forgotten how to thunder. His staff leaned against his chair, its wood polished by the touch of countless miles, and the grip of hands that had wielded it through darkness and light alike. Beside him, looking surprisingly spry for a hobbit well past his adventuring prime, sat Bilbo Baggins, his bright eyes twinkling with a kind of mischief that age could never quite extinguish. His waistcoat, a respectable burgundy velvet that had seen better decades, stretched comfortably across his well-fed middle, and his feet, bare and furry as all proper hobbit feet should be, were tucked up beneath him in his chair. A leather-bound journal rested in his lap, its pages filled with careful script and the occasional doodle of a dragon or a mountain peak, the record of adventures that still made him chuckle when he read them by firelight. The silence between them was the comfortable kind, the sort that old friends wrap around themselves like a favourite blanket. It was a silence full of shared understanding, of stories told and retold until they became part of the very fabric of their friendship. The fire popped and hissed, sending up a shower of sparks that briefly illuminated the painted ceiling above, where star maps and constellation charts traced the paths of ancient light across a canvas of deepest blue. "You know, my dear Bilbo," Gandalf said at last, his voice carrying that peculiar quality of smoke and starlight that made even the simplest words seem touched with magic. "I've been thinking about paths tonight. Not the ones we walk with our feet, mind you, but the ones that wind through memory and lead us back to moments we thought we'd left behind." Bilbo shifted in his chair, his pipe producing its own small clouds of contentment. "Ah, paths," he murmured, and there was something in his voice that suggested he understood exactly what kind of paths the wizard meant. Funny things, paths. They never quite go where you expect them to, do they? Take the one that led me out of my perfectly respectable hobbit hole all those years ago. Started with a simple visit from a wizard, and ended with... He gestured vaguely at the grand hall around them, as if to encompass not just Rivendell, but all the wonders and terrors and joys that lay between his first step out of Bag End and this moment by the fire. Indeed, Gandalf chuckled, and the sound was like distant thunder made gentle, like the rumble of mountains settling into sleep, though I suspect that path was always there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. Some paths are like that, you know. They hide in plain sight until the day comes when we're brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to see them for what they truly are. The wizard's eyes, grey as morning mist and just as changeable, grew distant with remembrance. I've walked many paths in my time, through forests that remember the first sunrise and across plains where the wind still carries echoes of ancient songs. Each one has taught me something, though I'm not always wise enough to understand the lesson, until years have passed and the teaching has settled into my bones like the deep knowledge of winter. Bilbo nodded sagely, though his eyes held a twinkle that suggested he was already anticipating where this conversation might lead. "Speaking of paths and the wisdom they carry," he said, settling more deeply into his chair, "I don't suppose you'd care to share a tale or two? It's been far too long since I've heard one of your stories, Gandalf, and the night is still young, even if we are not." The wizard's smile was like sunrise breaking over the misty mountains, slow and warm and full of promise. "A tale, you say? Well, now that you mention it, I've been carrying a few stories with me lately, ones that have been asking rather insistently to be told. They've been following me like faithful hounds, these stories, whispering at me during my travels and tugging at my robes when I tried to ignore them." He paused to relight his pipe, the flame from his tinder casting brief shadows across his lined face. "There's something about this place, this hearth, this evening, that makes stories want to come out and stretch their legs. Perhaps it's the way the firelight dances, or the sound of the Bruinen singing in the distance, or simply the presence of a friend who knows how to listen properly." "Oh, I do know how to listen," Bilbo said with mock solemnity, though his eyes were dancing. "I've had considerable practice, what with living among hobbits for most of my life. We're a people who appreciate a good story, you know. We collect them like some folk collect spoons or pretty stones, and we share them around like seed cake at tea time." Gandalf laughed outright at that, and the sound seemed to make the very walls of Rivendell warm with pleasure. "Then let me share with you a story that began on a path, as the best stories often do. It's a tale of golden woods and silver fountains, of a place where time itself seems to flow differently, where the trees sing in voices older than the kingdoms of men, and the very air is woven through with starlight and memory." He drew deeply on his pipe, and when he spoke again, his voice had taken on that storyteller's cadence that made listeners lean forward despite themselves, that ancient rhythm that spoke directly to the part of the soul that hungered for wonder. "Have I ever told you, dear Bilbo, of my first journey to Lothlorien? Not the grand visits of later years, when duty and dire need drove me to seek counsel from the Lady Galadriel, but the first time, when I was younger, and the world seemed full of paths I hadn't yet walked." Bilbo shook his head, his expression already settling into that particular look of anticipation that came over him whenever a story was about to unfold. "I don't believe you have, though I've heard whispers and hints. The Golden Wood has always seemed like something from a dream to me, beautiful and distant and not quite real." "Oh, it's real enough," Gandalf assured him, his voice growing soft with memory. "Real as morning dew and twice as magical. But you're right about the dreamlike quality. There's something about Lothlorien that makes ordinary thoughts seem clumsy, and ordinary time feel like a cage that's suddenly been opened." The wizard settled back in his chair, his eyes reflecting the firelight like deep pools holding starshine. "I was travelling the old forest roads in those days, learning the paths between the kingdoms of Middle-earth and trying to understand the subtle currents that flow beneath the surface of the world. There were rumours then, whispers carried by the wind and the voices of rivers, that spoke of a realm hidden among the mallan trees where the elves of Lothlorien dwelt in wisdom and beauty beyond the telling of it." He paused, and for a moment the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant song of water over stone. "I had been walking for days through forests that grew wilder and more ancient with each mile, following paths that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, as if the very earth was guiding my steps towards some destination I hadn't yet imagined. The trees grew taller as I walked deeper into the wood, their trunks rising like pillars in some vast natural cathedral. The light that filtered down through their leaves was green and gold, thick as honey and just as sweet, and it seemed to carry whispers of songs in languages I almost remembered. The air itself felt alive, tinged with the scent of flowers that bloomed in no garden made by mortal hands, and spiced with the fragrance of leaves that held within their veins the memory of stars. Bilbo made a small sound of pleasure, like a cat settling into a patch of sunlight. "It sounds wonderful beyond words, Gandalf. I can almost smell those mysterious flowers from here." The path I followed wound deeper and deeper into this enchanted realm, past streams that sparkled like liquid silver, and clearings where the grass grew in patterns too perfect to be accidental. Every step I took seemed to carry me not just further into the forest, but further into some realm where the ordinary rules of the world held less sway, where magic was not an intrusion but the very air one breathed. The wizard's voice had grown dreamy, hypnotic, each word carefully chosen and gently placed. And then, just as the last light of day was beginning to fade from the sky above the canopy, I saw them. The malon trees of Lothlorien, rising like golden pillars toward the heavens, their bark gleaming with a light that seemed to come from within, as if each tree held in its heart a captured star that chose to shine with gentle radiance rather than fierce fire. The sight of them struck me silent, Bilbo. I, who have seen the pillars of the earth and the foundations of the sky, stood there like a village lad who had never ventured beyond his garden gate. For these were not mere trees, no matter how beautiful or ancient. They were living jewels, growing poems, monuments to the glory of creation itself. Bilbo's eyes were half closed now, his breathing slow and peaceful as he let Gandalf's words wash over him like a gentle tide. "I can see them," he murmured, "golden and glowing, tall as towers and twice as beautiful." The paths beneath these wondrous trees were carpeted with leaves of gold, not the brown and brittle gold of autumn's ending, but a living gold that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. Each footstep I took sent up small clouds of this golden dust, and where it settled on my grey robes, it left traces of brightness that lingered long after I had passed. Gandalf's pipe had gone out, but he made no move to relight it, too caught up in the spell of his own storytelling. As I walked among these marvels, following paths that curved and twisted like written script in some language of beauty, I began to hear music. Not the music of instruments, mind you, but something far more subtle and infinitely more moving. It was the music of the trees themselves, their leaves rustling in harmonies that spoke of ages beyond counting, their branches swaying in rhythms that followed the deep pulse of the earth itself. And woven through this natural symphony was something else, voices of such clarity and sweetness that they made my heart ache with longing I couldn't name. The elves of Lothlorien were singing, Bilbo singing their ancient songs to the setting sun and the rising stars, their voices blending with the music of their beloved trees until earth and sky seemed united in one great chorus of contentment. The fire in the hearth had settled to a steady glow, its flames dancing lower now, casting gentler shadows that seemed to sway in time with Gandalf's words. The whole hall had taken on the quality of a dream, peaceful and warm and infinitely welcoming. I followed the sound of that singing deeper into the heart of the golden wood until I came at last to a great clearing where the malon trees formed a circle around a space filled with the most beautiful structures I had ever seen. They were not built, these dwelling places, but grown, shaped from living wood and singing leaves into forms that defied every notion I had ever held about the boundaries between nature and artifice. Talon, they called them, these tree houses that seemed to float among the branches like dreams made manifest. Connected by bridges of woven branches and paths that spiraled up the massive trunks, they formed a city in the air, a settlement that existed in harmony with the forest rather than in conquest of it. Bilbo's breathing had grown even and peaceful, but his eyes still held that glimmer of attention that showed he was following every word of the tale. "Tree houses," he murmured with satisfaction. I always thought tree houses sounded like the most sensible sort of dwelling for anyone with proper respect for growing things. Indeed they were, my dear hobbit. And as I stood there in wonder, trying to take in the full scope of this marvel, a figure approached me along one of those aerial pathways. She moved with such grace that she seemed to float rather than walk, her feet making no sound on the living bridges, her pale robes flowing around her like captured moonlight. Gandalf's voice grew even softer, filled with a reverence that spoke of encounters that had shaped his very soul. It was the Lady Galadriel herself. Though I did not know it then, she appeared to be a figure from the elder days, beautiful beyond the beauty of mortal beings, with hair that caught and held the light of stars and eyes that seemed to reflect the depths of wisdom itself. She welcomed me to Caras Galadon, the city of trees, with words that were like music and a smile that made me understand, perhaps for the first time, why the elves spoke of their homeland with such love and longing. "Welcome, Grey Wanderer," she said, and in her voice I heard echoes of the music of creation itself, the song that sang the world into being in the days before memory. The wizard paused, his eyes distant with the weight of memory. She led me up into the trees, along bridges that swayed gently in the evening breeze, past dwelling places where soft lights glowed like captured fireflies, and the sound of gentle conversation mingled with the ever-present song of leaves. We climbed higher and higher until we reached a platform near the crown of the greatest Malorn of all, where the Lord and Lady of Lothlorien held court beneath the stars. Lord Celeborn was there, tall and silver-haired, with the bearing of one who had seen the rise and fall of kingdoms and remained unchanged by the passing of ages. His presence was like the deep strength of mountains, steady and enduring, a perfect complement to his lady's ethereal grace. Bilbo made a small sound of contentment, already lost in the golden dream of Lothlorien that Gandalf was weaving around him. "It sounds like something from the most beautiful dream anyone ever dreamed," he said softly. The platform where we sat was carpeted with more of those golden leaves and cushions that might have been woven from captured starlight. The lady offered me wine that tasted of moonbeams and memory, served in cups that seemed to be made of silver light itself. As we sat together beneath the wheeling stars, she spoke of the long history of her realm, of the joy and sorrow that had shaped it, of the love that bound her people to their golden woods. Gandalf's voice had taken on a dreamy, hypnotic quality, each word falling like a gentle caress. She told me of the early days when the elves first came to Lothlorien and found the malin trees growing wild and beautiful beside the silver streams. She spoke of how they had shaped the woods with their songs and their love, how they had learned to live among the trees as friends rather than masters, how they had discovered that the greatest magic comes not from commanding nature, but from understanding it. As she spoke, the night deepened around us, and the stars wheeled overhead in patterns that seemed suddenly familiar, as if I were reading a book written in light across the darkness of the sky. The malin trees swayed gently in the night breeze, their leaves rustling with whispers of ancient wisdom, their golden glow providing a gentle radiance that made the darkness seem friendly rather than forbidding. The fire in Rivendell's hearth settled lower, its warmth reaching out to embrace both storyteller and listener in its gentle glow. Time seemed to flow differently in that place, Bilbo. Hours passed like minutes, or perhaps minutes stretched into hours. I couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. There was something about Lothlorien that made the very concept of time seem crude and unnecessary, like a tool that had outlived its usefulness. The Lady and Lord spoke of many things that night, of the ebb and flow of ages, of the great music that underlies all creation, of the threads that connect all living things in a tapestry of meaning too vast for any single mind to comprehend. They spoke of hope and loss, of love that endures beyond the ending of the world, of the courage it takes to hold on to beauty in the face of an uncertain future. Bilbo's eyes had drifted shut, but his face wore an expression of perfect peace, as if he were seeing the golden woods behind his closed eyelids. "I can almost hear their voices," he murmured, "like music made of wisdom and starlight." "Indeed, that's exactly what they were like," Gandalf agreed softly. And when the night began to fade toward dawn, the lady led me to another wonder, one that I shall never forget as long as I draw breath. Deep in the heart of Caras Galadhon, surrounded by a grove of the most ancient malin trees, lay her mirror, a basin of silver that held within its depths the power to show things that were, things that are, and some things that had not yet come to pass. The water in the basin was so clear it seemed like liquid starlight, perfectly still until the lady breathed upon it with words of power in the ancient tongue. Then the surface began to shimmer and shift, showing me glimpses of distant places and times, visions that danced across the water like dreams seeking form. Gandalf's voice grew even softer, barely above a whisper now. I saw many things in that mirror, Bilbo, some beautiful beyond telling, and others that filled me with a sadness I couldn't name. I saw forests in bloom and cities in ruin, heroes setting forth on quests that would define their ages, and quiet folk tending their gardens in times of peace. I saw the great wheel of time turning, carrying all things toward their destined ends, yet somehow making even endings seem like new beginnings in disguise. But perhaps the most beautiful thing I saw was the Golden Wood itself, not as it was that night, but as it had been through all the long years of its existence. I watched the malin trees grow from saplings to giants, saw the elves come and make their home among the branches, witnessed the slow dance of seasons that had played out countless times in that enchanted realm. The wizard's words were falling now like gentle rain, each one carrying its own weight of peace and wonder. And then, as the sun rose over the forest and painted the golden leaves with new light, the lady showed me the greatest gift of all. She led me to the edge of the city, where a path led down to the banks of the Celebdil, the silver foam river that sang its way through the heart of the wood. There, moored to a dock made of living wood, was a boat unlike any I had ever seen. It was carved from a single malin tree, its wood polished to a gleam that rivaled silver, its prow shaped like a swan in flight. The lady invited me to step aboard, and as I did, the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently along the river through passages in the forest that opened before us, like chapters in a living book. Bilbo's breathing had grown deep and even, the peaceful rhythm of one completely at rest, yet still his expression showed that some part of him was following the tale into realms of wonder. A boat that moved by magic, he murmured, through a river of songs and starlight. The journey down that enchanted stream was like floating through a dream, Bilbo. The malin trees leaned over the water, their branches forming a canopy of gold through which the morning light filtered in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Fish with scales like jewels swam beside the boat, and birds with voices like silver bells called to each other from the overhanging boughs. We passed through groves where the trees grew in perfect circles around clearings carpeted with flowers that had no names in any language I knew, their petals shimmering with colours that existed nowhere else in Middle-earth. We drifted past waterfalls that fell like liquid music from heights lost in golden mist, their spray catching the light and throwing rainbows across the forest floor. Gandalf paused, letting the peaceful silence of Rivendell's great hall embrace them both. The fire burned low now, its embers glowing like tiny stars fallen to earth, and the sound of the distant river seemed to blend with the rhythm of their breathing. And throughout that magical journey, the lady spoke to me of many things, of the importance of hope in dark times, of the way small acts of kindness can change the course of great events, of the truth that love is the most powerful force in all creation. Her words were like seeds planted in the fertile soil of memory, growing stronger and more meaningful with each passing year. When at last the boat brought us back to Caras Galadhon, I knew that I had been forever changed by my time in the Golden Wood. The lady and lord bid me farewell with words of blessing and friendship, and I walked back through the malin trees with my heart full of their light and my mind rich with their wisdom. The wizard's voice had grown so soft now that it was barely distinguishable from the whisper of the wind outside, yet every word carried clearly in the peaceful silence of the hall. But that, my dear Bilbo, was only the beginning of the tales I carry from Lothlorien. for I have returned there many times over the years, and each visit has added new chapters to the story of that wondrous realm. Bilbo stirred slightly in his chair, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Only the beginning, you say? Well then, perhaps you'd care to share another chapter. The night is still dark, and I find myself quite comfortable here by the fire, listening to tales of golden woods and singing trees. Gandalf chuckled softly, the sound barely disturbing the peaceful atmosphere that had settled over them like a gentle blanket. Indeed, there are many more tales to tell. Perhaps you'd like to hear of my journey to the very borders of Lothlorien, where the golden wood meets the wide grasslands of Rohan. Is a tale of two realms so different they might have belonged to different worlds, yet bound together by the threads of fellowship and mutual aid. Oh, yes, Bilbo murmured, settling even more deeply into his chair. I should very much like to hear of the meeting place between the golden trees and the green grass. It sounds like the sort of boundary where interesting things are bound to happen. The wizard relit his pipe with a gesture that seemed almost casual, though the flame that sprang from his fingertip danced with colours that had nothing to do with ordinary fire. It was in the days when the shadow was growing stronger in the east, though few yet realised how great the peril would become. I had been travelling the roads of Middle-earth, gathering news and seeking signs that might help us understand the nature of the threat we faced. My path led me south from Lothlorien, through the deep eaves of Fangorn Forest, where the trees whispered secrets in languages older than Elvish, and then out onto the great plains of Rohan, where the sky opened like a vast blue dome above grasslands that stretched to the very edge of sight. Gandalf's voice took on a different quality now, capturing something of the vast openness of the plains, the sense of horizons that called to the wanderer's heart. Have you ever seen the grasslands of Rohan, Bilbo? They're like a green sea that moves with every breath of wind, waves of grass rolling away into distances that make the heart long for movement and the spirit ache with the beauty of it all. I travelled those plains on foot, following roads that were little more than tracks worn by the passage of countless hooves. For the Rohirrim are a people of horses, and their steeds are as much a part of their identity as their own brave hearts. The grass whispered around my staff as I walked, and the wind carried scents of wild flowers and growing things, of earth that had never known the bite of plough or the weight of stone. The fire crackled softly, sending up a brief shower of sparks that seemed to dance in harmony with the wizard's words. As I walked those ancient paths, I began to see signs of the Horse Lord's presence, not the ugly scars that men often leave upon the land, but traces that spoke of people who lived in harmony with the earth they called home. Paths worn smooth by generations of hooves, stone markers carved with horse heads and ancient runes, wells dug with reverent care at crossroads where travellers might water their mounts and rest in the shadow of wind-carved rocks. The sky above Rohan is like no other sky in Middle-earth, Bilbo. It arcs from horizon to horizon without obstruction, painted each morning and evening with colours that would make an artist weep for joy. On clear days, it's the blue of deep water touched with silver clouds that race like horses across its vastness. On stormy days, it becomes a theatre for lightning and thunder that rumble across the grasslands like the hoofbeats of celestial steeds. Bilbo made a sound of contentment, his imagination already painting pictures of those wide skies and endless grasslands. It sounds wonderfully vast and free, Gandalf. I can almost feel the wind in my hair and hear the grass singing. Indeed, there's a freedom in those plains that calls to something deep in the heart, Gandalf agreed. But it was not the beauty of Rohan alone that made this journey memorable, though that would have been reason enough. No, it was what I found at the meeting place between forest and grassland, where the golden eaves of Lothlorien cast their shadow across the first reaches of the plain. There, where two worlds touched each other with gentle respect, I came upon a sight that spoke to me of the deep connections that bind all the free peoples of Middle-earth together, even when they might seem as different as earth and sky. The wizard paused to draw on his pipe, the smoke rising in lazy spirals that seemed to form shapes in the air before dissolving into the warm darkness above. A company of elves from Lothlorien had ridden out from their forest home, their horses like liquid silver in the afternoon light, their riders moving with the same ethereal grace they showed whether walking or dancing or simply sitting in contemplation. They had come to the border of their realm on some errand of their lady, though what that errand might be was not for me to know. At the same time, as if drawn by some force beyond coincidence, a Urid of Rohirrim had come riding across the grasslands, their horses thundering over the green turf like a storm given form and purpose. Their leader was a young man whose bearing spoke of noble blood and a heart that knew no fear, his golden hair streaming behind him like a banner in the wind. Gandalf's voice grew warm with memory as he continued his tale. These two companies might have passed each other with nothing more than a courteous nod, for the ways of elves and men are often different, and misunderstanding can grow from the smallest seeds. But fate, it seemed, had other plans for that afternoon. As I watched from a hilltop nearby, I saw the Elvish horses suddenly shy and prance, their sensitive ears picking up some sound that the Rohirrim had not yet heard. The elves themselves grew alert, their ageless faces turned toward the eastern horizon, with expressions of concern that spoke of dangers their keen senses had detected. And then I heard it too, the howling of wolves, not the ordinary wolves that hunt in packs for deer and rabbits, but the great wargs that serve the shadow, their voices full of malice and hunger for things beyond mere flesh. They were coming fast across the grasslands, a black tide of hatred flowing toward the border where forest met plain. Bilbo's eyes had opened slightly at the mention of danger, though his expression remained peaceful. "Wolves," he murmured. "Well, I suppose even the most beautiful tales must have their moments of shadow to make the light shine brighter." "Indeed, dear friend, and this shadow served to illuminate something beautiful beyond mere scenery," Gandalf assured him. "For as the howls grew louder and the black shapes appeared on the horizon, something wonderful happened at that border between the golden woods and the green plains." Without a word spoken, without any negotiation or lengthy discussion, the elves and the Rohirrim moved as if they had trained together for years. The young Lord of Rohan wheeled his horse to face the approaching threat, his spear bright in his hand, while his riders formed a line that could have been drawn with a ruler for its precision. At the same time, the elves drew their silver bows and nocked arrows that gleamed with their own inner light, their movements flowing like water yet precise as the working of clockwork. They positioned themselves to provide covering fire for the mounted warriors, creating a defensive formation that combined the best qualities of both peoples. The wizard's voice had taken on a rhythm like the steady beat of hooves on turf, carrying his listeners along on the tide of his story. The wargs came on like a black wave breaking against a shore of steel and silver, their eyes burning with malice and their fangs gleaming wet with anticipation of slaughter. But they had not counted on finding two of the greatest warrior peoples of Middle-earth working in perfect harmony at this border between worlds. The arrows of the elves sang through the air like deadly birds, each one finding its mark with the precision that comes from centuries of practice. At the same time, the riders of Rohan charged forward with a cry that seemed to shake the very earth, their horses moving like creatures born of wind and storm, their spears and swords catching the light like falling stars. Bilbo was leaning forward slightly now, caught up in the tale despite the peaceful setting. It must have been magnificent to see, two such different peoples fighting as one, like watching poetry written with sword and bow. It was indeed like poetry, Bilbo, the kind of poetry that speaks to the deepest truths about courage and fellowship. The battle was brief but fierce, and when the last of the wargs lay still upon the blood-stained grass, the two companies found themselves looking at each other with expressions of mutual respect that transcended the boundaries of race or realm. The young Lord of Rohan dismounted and approached the leader of the elves, a captain whose silver mail gleamed like starlight, and whose face bore the wisdom of countless years. They clasped hands there at the border between forest and plain, and in that gesture I saw the hope of Middle-earth made manifest, the understanding that the free peoples must stand together if they would stand at all. Gandalf's voice grew soft and warm, like sunlight filtering through leaves. They spoke together for a while, these representatives of two great peoples sharing news of their respective realms and exchanging tokens of friendship. The elf captain gave the Rohirrim lord a leaf from a malon tree, its golden surface catching the light like captured sunshine. In return, the young lord offered a braid of his horse's mane, woven with ribbons in the green and gold of his house. As I watched from my hilltop, I felt a great warmth settle in my heart, for I knew I was witnessing something that would echo through the years to come. In that simple exchange of gifts, in the respect these warriors showed each other despite their different origins, I saw a glimmer of the alliance that would one day help save Middle-earth from the shadow. The fire had burned very low now, its embers glowing like tiny stars in a bed of soft ash, and the silence in Rivendell's great hall was deep and peaceful. But that was not the end of what I witnessed that day, Gandalf continued, his voice barely above a whisper now. For as the sun began to set over the grasslands, painting the sky in colours that had no names, something even more beautiful occurred. The elves began to sing, as is their custom when evening comes to the world. Their voices rose in harmonies that seemed to blend with the wind in the grass and the distant sound of a water flowing over stone. It was a song of thanksgiving for the beauty of the world, of sorrow for its pain, of hope for its future. And then, to my wonder and delight, the Rohirrim began to sing as well. Their voices were deeper, rougher perhaps than those of the elves, shaped by wind and weather and the thundering of hooves across endless miles. But they blended with the Elvish voices as if they had been practicing together for centuries, creating a harmony that spoke to something eternal in the hearts of all who heard it. The song they sang together had no words that I could understand, yet its meaning was as clear as starlight on still water. It spoke of the love that binds all free folk to the earth they call home, of the courage that rises in hearts when darkness threatens what they hold dear, of the hope that endures even when the night seems darkest and longest. Bilbo's breathing had grown even deeper, his face wearing the expression of one who walks in pleasant dreams, yet some part of him still followed the tale, for his lips curved in a gentle smile at the mention of that wordless song of fellowship. As their voices rose together into the evening air, something magical happened, dear Bilbo. The border between forest and grassland seemed to shimmer and blur, as if the singing had reminded the very earth that boundaries are made by minds, not by the deeper truths of the world. For a moment, the golden light of Lothlorien spilled out onto the green grass of Rohan, while the wind from the plains carried the scent of growing things into the depths of the wood. Gandalf paused, letting the image settle into the peaceful silence like dust settling after a gentle breeze. When the song ended, and the two companies prepared to part ways and return to their respective homes, I realised I had witnessed something that would stay with me through all the years to come. In that brief meeting, in that moment of shared music at the border between worlds, I had seen the truth that underlies all the tales I tell and all the paths I walk. What truth was that? Bilbo murmured softly, though his eyes remained closed and his voice carried the drowsy contentment of one drifting between sleep and waking. The truth that we are all part of the same great story, my dear friend. Elf and man, dwarf and hobbit, wizard, and every other free soul that calls Middle-earth home. We may seem different on the surface, as different as golden trees and green grass, but beneath those differences flows the same deep current of hope and love and determination to preserve what is good and beautiful in the world. The wizard's voice had grown so soft now that it seemed to blend with a whisper of wind outside and the distant murmur of water over stone. And that brings me to another tale, another chapter in the great book of wanderings that has filled my years with wonder. Would you like to hear of the time I walked the hidden paths of Mirkwood, where shadows dance with light and ancient secrets whisper in the darkness between the trees? Bilbo made a sound that might have been agreement, though it was hard to tell if he was truly awake or simply responding from the depths of a peaceful dream. His body had settled completely into the soft embrace of his chair, and his breathing followed the slow, steady rhythm of deep contentment. Mirkwood, Gandalf began, his voice taking on a different quality now, something that spoke of mysteries and hidden wonders, of paths that led through darkness toward unexpected light. Of all the forests in Middle-earth, none has seen such changes as that great wood that lies like a green sea, between the misty mountains and the lonely peak of Erebor. I have walked those paths in times of darkness and in times of light, seen the wood when it was sick with shadow, and again when healing began to flow through its ancient veins like sap rising in spring. Each visit has taught me something new about the nature of hope, about the way light and darkness dance together in the world, neither able to exist without the other. The fire had burned down to mere embers now, but the warmth it cast seemed to linger in the air like a blessing, and the soft glow it provided was perfectly suited to the gentle tale that Gandalf was weaving through the peaceful silence. The first time I entered Mirkwood's borders was in the days when the shadow lay heavy upon it, when the very air seemed thick with malice, and the paths twisted upon themselves like serpents trying to devour their own tails. The trees that had once sung with the joy of growing things now whispered with voices full of fear and confusion, their leaves rustling with sounds that spoke of sickness in the deep places of the earth. Yet even in those dark days, there was beauty to be found for those who knew how to look for it. The spiders' webs that stretched between the branches, though spun by creatures of malice, caught the filtered sunlight in patterns of such intricate beauty that they seemed like lacework made by the hands of master craftsmen. The streams that flowed through the forest depths, though darkened by the shadow that lay upon the land, still sang their ancient songs to any who had ears to hear them. Bilbo stirred slightly, a small frown creasing his brow as if some part of him remembered his own harrowing journey through that troubled wood. But the expression passed quickly, replaced by the peaceful calm that had settled over his features like a comfortable blanket. I followed the old paths through the heart of the wood, paths that remembered the days before the shadow fell, when the forest was known by another name and elves walked freely beneath its green canopy. These ancient ways had a will of their own, it seemed, leading me through groves where the trees grew in patterns that spoke of design rather than chance, past clearings where flowers still bloomed despite the malice that pressed in around them. It was in one such clearing that I encountered the first sign that all was not lost in Mirkwood, that beneath the shadow something bright and unconquerable still endured. I came upon a circle of beech trees, their silver bark gleaming like moonlight even in the dim green twilight that passes for day in the depth of the forest. Gandalf's voice had taken on a hypnotic quality, each word carefully chosen and gently placed, like stones being laid to form a path through a peaceful garden. In the centre of this circle stood a pool of water so clear it might have been liquid crystal, fed by a spring that bubbled up from depths where the shadow had never reached. The water caught what little light filtered down through the canopy and threw it back in patterns that danced and shimmered like captured stars. As I knelt beside that pool to drink and rest, I heard something that made my heart leap with sudden hope, singing clear and sweet and utterly untouched by the malice that lay heavy on the forest around it. The voice was that of an elf, though I could not see the singer, and the song was one I recognised from my wanderings in happier lands, a melody that spoke of starlight and growing things, of love that endures beyond the ending of the world. I followed the sound of that singing deeper into the beech grove, past trees whose bark seemed to glow with its own inner light, until I came upon a sight that filled me with wonder and joy. There, in a bower woven from living branches and carpeted with moss that seemed to hold captured moonbeams, sat a figure that might have stepped from the pages of the most beautiful of tales. The wizard paused, letting the peaceful silence embrace them both before continuing with his tale. The embers in the fireplace pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat of warmth and light, and somewhere in the distance the sound of water flowing over stone provided a gentle counterpoint to his words. She was one of the woodland elves, though whether she dwelt in the halls of the elven king or had come from some other realm I could not tell. Her hair was the colour of autumn leaves touched with gold, and her eyes held the deep green of forest pools where trout swim in dappled shadows. She wore robes that seemed to be woven from captured sunlight, and around her throat hung a pendant that pulsed with a soft blue radiance. When she saw me standing at the edge of her bower, she smiled with a warmth that drove back the oppressive gloom of the forest like sunrise, dispersing the mists of night. "Welcome, grey wanderer," she said, and her voice was like the sound of wind chimes made from silver bells. "I have been expecting you, though I know not why. The trees whispered that one would come who carries light in dark places, and here you are, arriving just as the moon rises above the canopy." Bilbo's lips curved in a gentle smile, as if he too could hear that melodious voice and see the golden-haired maiden in her bower of living light. His breathing had grown so peaceful that he might have been dreaming, yet still some part of him followed the tale through the shadowed paths of Mirkwood toward whatever wonders awaited there. She offered me hospitality with the grace that is natural to her people, bringing me water from a silver pitcher that never seemed to empty, and food that tasted of sunshine and growing things. As we sat together in that bower where no shadow seemed able to penetrate, she told me her story, and through her tale I began to understand something important about the nature of hope. Her name was Celebrineth, and she had been a guardian of the forest since before the shadow fell, tending to the sacred groves and protecting the places where the old magic still flowed strong and clean. When darkness came to Mirkwood, when the trees began to whisper with voices of fear and the very air grew thick with malice, many of her people had fled to safer realms. Gandalf's voice grew softer still, barely distinguishable from the whisper of wind through leaves, yet every word carried clearly in the peaceful silence of Rivendell's great hall. But Celebrineth had remained, anchored by love to the forest that had been her home for countless years. She had found that by concentrating her power and her love on small places, on groves like the one where we sat, she could create islands of light in the growing sea of darkness. "The shadow is strong," she told me, her voice carrying a sadness that spoke of years of lonely struggle. "But it cannot touch everything. There are places where the roots grow too deep, where the light has had too long to establish itself. In these places I can still tend the old ways, still sing the songs that keep the darkness at bay." As she spoke, she showed me other wonders hidden in her grove. Flowers that bloomed with their own inner light, streams that ran crystal clear despite the taint that clouded other waters in the forest, trees that bore fruit sweet as honey and nourishing as bread. It was a pocket of the forest as it had been in the elder days, preserved by love and will and the kind of stubborn hope that refuses to acknowledge defeat. The fire in the hearth gave a soft sigh as the last of the logs settled into ash, but the warmth it had provided seemed to linger in the air, wrapping around the two friends like a comfortable embrace. We spoke together through the night, Celebrineth and I, sharing tales of the wide world and the narrow places where light still shone despite the growing darkness. She told me of other guardians like herself, scattered throughout the forest, each maintaining their own small realm of hope and beauty. "We are like stars," she said, her voice dreamy with the approach of dawn, scattered across the darkness of the sky. Alone, each of us might seem small and fragile, easily lost in the vastness of the night. But together, we form patterns that guide travellers and remind the world that light endures, no matter how deep the darkness grows. Bilbo made a small sound of pleasure, as if the image of the elven guardians as stars in the darkness particularly appealed to him. His body had settled so completely into his chair that he seemed to have become part of it, a picture of absolute contentment and peace. When the sun rose over Mirkwood, filtering down through the canopy in beams of gold and green, Celebrineth led me to the edge of her grove and pointed toward a path that wound away through the trees. "Follow that way," she said, "and you will find others like me, other keepers of the old light. Each has their own gifts, their own way of holding back the shadow, and each has tales that will add to your understanding of what it means to hope when hope seems foolish." She gave me a gift before I left her bower, a small crystal that held within its heart a spark of the same light that illuminated her grove. "Carry this," she said, "and remember that no darkness is complete, no shadow so deep that it cannot be touched by even the smallest light. When the way seems darkest, let this remind you that somewhere in the world, guardians still keep their watch and tend their gardens of hope." Gandalf paused to draw gently on his pipe, though it had long since gone cold. The gesture seemed automatic, a physical anchor for memories that might otherwise carry him too far from the present moment. I followed the path she'd shown me deeper into Mirkwood, past groves where giant spiders spun their malicious webs, and through clearings where phantom lights danced to lead travellers astray. But I carried Celebraneth's gift with me, and whenever the way grew too dark or too confusing, I would touch the crystal and feel again the warmth of hope that no shadow could completely extinguish. The second guardian I found was quite different from the first, yet no less remarkable in his own way. I discovered him in a grove of oak trees so ancient that their trunks were wide as houses and their branches seemed to support the very sky. His name was Thrandur, and he had been a warrior in the days before the shadow fell, one of those who stood on the borders of the wood to defend it from the evils that crept down from the north. The wizard's voice took on a different quality now, something that spoke of strength and endurance, of the kind of courage that stands firm when all the world seems to crumble. When the shadow came to Mirkwood, Thrandur had found that his skills as a warrior served him well in a different kind of battle. Instead of fighting with sword and bow against enemies of flesh and blood, he fought with will and wisdom against the despair that sought to poison the very roots of the forest. He had become a healer of sorts, tending to the trees that had been touched by shadow, singing to them in the old tongue until the sickness left. Their branches and their leaves grew green again. Where Celebraneth worked to preserve pockets of untouched beauty, Thrandur laboured to reclaim what had been lost, to slowly push back the boundaries of darkness, one tree at a time. Bilbo's breathing had grown so peaceful that he might have been deep in the most restful sleep, yet his face still held that gentle smile that suggested he was following every word of the tale through the green twilight of Mirkwood toward whatever wonders awaited there. Thrandur showed me his work with quiet pride, leading me from tree to tree to show me the signs of healing that his efforts had wrought. Here was an oak whose bark had been black with corruption, but now showed patches of healthy brown. There was a beech whose leaves had hung limp and yellowed, but now rustled with something approaching their old music. "It is slow work," he told me, his voice carrying the patience of one who thinks in terms of seasons rather than days. "But it is necessary work. Each tree that returns to health becomes a fortress against the shadow, a place where the old strength can take root again and spread to its neighbours." As we walked together through his domain, I began to see the forest through his eyes, to understand the subtle signs that spoke of sickness and health, of despair and returning hope. The shadow had not changed the fundamental nature of the trees, he explained, but had confused them, made them forget their own strength and beauty. His work was to remind them, to sing them back to themselves with melodies that carried the memory of sunlight and clean rain. Gandalf's voice had grown so soft and rhythmic now that it seemed to blend with the very air of Rivendell's hall, each word falling like a gentle raindrop into the pool of peace that surrounded them. I spent 3 days with Thrandur, learning from him the songs of healing and the patience that looks beyond immediate defeat to eventual victory. He taught me to see the forest not as it was in that moment of shadow, but as it would be again when the darkness passed and the trees remembered their ancient joy. On the morning of my departure, he led me to the crown of the greatest oak in his grove, climbing spiralling stairs that had been carved into the living wood generations before. From that high perch, we could see for miles across the canopy of Mirkwood, and he showed me something that filled my heart with wonder. Scattered across that vast green sea, like islands of light in an ocean of twilight, were other groves where the trees grew brighter, where the shadows lay less heavily, where the work of other guardians had created beacons of hope in the darkness. Each one was small, barely visible at such a distance, but together they formed a pattern that spoke of coordination and purpose, of a network of resistance that the shadow had not even suspected. "You see," Thrandur said, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction, "we are not alone in our work. Each guardian tends their own portion of the forest, but we are all part of the same great effort. The shadow may seem complete from within, but from above, from the perspective of time and patience, you can see that it is full of holes, weak points where the light still shines through." Bilbo stirred slightly in his chair, a small sound of contentment escaping his lips. as if he too could see those islands of light scattered across the green darkness of the forest. His face had taken on the expression of one who dreams pleasant dreams, peaceful and utterly at rest. The third guardian I encountered was perhaps the most surprising of all, for I found her in the very heart of the forest darkness, in a dell where the shadows lay so thick they seemed almost solid, and the very air hummed with malice. Yet there she was, sitting beside a pool of black water, as calmly as if she were in the most beautiful garden in Rivendell. Her name was Mithrelus, and she was perhaps the oldest of all the guardians, her hair silver as starlight, and her eyes holding depth that spoke of wisdom accumulated over countless years. She had chosen to make her stand in the darkest place precisely because it was dark, to prove that no shadow could be so complete that it could extinguish the light that dwells in a determined heart. Gandalf's voice grew even more gentle, taking on a quality that seemed to embrace the very concept of quiet courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Around her, in that place where despair seemed to press in from every side, she had created something extraordinary. Not a grove of healthy trees or a bower of flowering beauty, but something subtler and perhaps more powerful, a space where hope could exist without apology, where the simple act of refusing to surrender became a form of magic more potent than any spell. She tended no garden that the eye could see, sang no songs that the ear could hear, yet her presence transformed that dark dell into something that even the shadows seemed to respect. The black water of the pool beside which she sat reflected stars that were not visible in the sky above, and the trees that leaned over her seemed to whisper protection rather than threat. "I am the keeper of the last light," she told me when I asked about her work, her voice carrying a serenity that seemed to come from some source deeper than mere confidence. "When all other lights have failed, when every other guardian has retreated to safer ground, this one will still burn, not because it is the brightest or the strongest, but because it has learned to burn on nothing more than the fuel of refusal." The silence in Rivendell's hall had grown so complete that it seemed to have weight and substance, wrapping around the two friends like a blanket woven from peace itself. The fire had burned down to mere embers, but the warmth they provided seemed to come from some source beyond mere flame, as if the very stones of the hearth had learned to hold and nurture comfort. Mithrelus showed me something that night that I have never forgotten, something that changed my understanding of what it means to stand against the darkness. As we sat beside that pool of black water, she dipped her hand into its depths and brought up a palmful of liquid that looked like oil mixed with shadow. "This is what despair looks like when it takes physical form," she said, holding the dark water up to catch what little light filtered down through the canopy. "It seeks to poison everything it touches, to spread its hopelessness from tree to tree until the entire forest believes that darkness is all there is." Then, as I watched in amazement, she began to sing. Not loudly, not with the kind of power that shakes mountains or commands storms, but quietly, gently, with the soft persistence of rain falling on stone. As her voice rose and fell in melodies that seemed to come from the very foundation of the world, the dark water in her palm began to change. Bilbo's breathing had grown so soft and even that he might have been sleeping, yet his face still held that expression of gentle attention that suggested some part of him was still following the tale through the shadowed paths of Mirkwood toward its mysterious conclusion. Slowly, drop by drop, the darkness began to drain away from the water, leaving behind something clear and pure that sparkled like captured starlight. It was not a violent transformation, not a dramatic battle between light and shadow, but something far more subtle and infinitely more moving. The simple insistence that beneath every darkness lies a light that cannot be completely extinguished. "This is what I do," Mithrelus explained as the last of the shadow drained from the water in her palm. Not grand gestures or mighty spells, but small acts of transformation performed with infinite patience. "Each drop of darkness that I cleanse is a victory. Each moment that I refuse to surrender is a light that the shadow cannot touch." She poured the cleansed water back into the pool, and where it touched the surface, ripples of light spread outward like the rings created by a stone dropped into still water. They did not last long, those ripples of brightness, but while they existed they transformed the entire dell, showing it not as it was, but as it could be again when the shadow finally passed. Gandalf paused, letting the image of those expanding ripples of light settle into the peaceful silence like stones settling to the bottom of a deep pool. I stayed with Mithrellas for 7 days and 7 nights, learning from her the most difficult lesson of all, that the greatest victories are often the smallest ones, that the most important battles are fought not with sword and fire, but with patience, and the simple refusal to believe that darkness is stronger than light. When at last it came time for me to leave that dark dell and continue my journey through Mirkwood, she gave me a gift that I treasure to this day. A single drop of the water she had cleansed, held in a vial no larger than my thumb, clear as crystal and bright as a star. "Carry this," she said, "and remember that no matter how dark the world may seem, somewhere there is always light waiting to be revealed. It may be hidden, it may be small, it may require great patience to find, but it is always there. This water will remind you that transformation is always possible, that hope can exist even in the deepest darkness." The wizard's voice had grown so soft now that it was barely distinguishable from the whisper of wind through leaves, yet every word carried clearly in the profound peace that had settled over Rivendell's hall. I carried that vial with me as I completed my journey through Mirkwood, visiting other guardians and learning from each of them new ways to understand the relationship between light and shadow, hope and despair. I met a young elf who tended a garden of memory, where flowers bloomed that carried within their petals the essence of days before the shadow fell. I encountered an ancient tree shepherd who had learned to speak the language of roots and could convince corrupted trees to remember their original nature. I found a maiden who wove cloaks of starlight that could render their wearers invisible to the eyes of shadow. Each guardian had their own gifts, their own way of resisting the darkness that had fallen over their beloved forest. Some worked with grand gestures that could be seen from miles away, others with subtle magics that touched only a single leaf or flower. But all of them shared the same essential quality, the refusal to believe that darkness was stronger than light, the determination to hold on to hope even when hope seemed foolish. Bilbo had settled so completely into his chair that he seemed to have become part of the very furniture of the hall, his breathing so peaceful and regular that it provided a gentle counterpoint to Gandalf's storytelling. His face wore an expression of such complete contentment that he might have been experiencing the most restful sleep of his life, yet still that gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. As I walked the hidden paths toward the western edge of Mirkwood, following ways that the Guardians had shown me, I began to understand something that would shape all my future journeys and all my future understanding of the world. The forest was not simply divided between light and shadow, good and evil, hope and despair. Instead, it was a tapestry woven from both threads, where darkness and light danced together in patterns too complex for any single mind to fully comprehend. The shadow had brought sickness to Mirkwood. That was true, but it had also called forth a response from the forest defenders that revealed depths of courage and creativity that might never have been discovered in easier times. Each guardian I had met was more than they had been before the darkness fell, shaped by their struggle into something stronger and more beautiful than they could have become in times of peace. Gandalf drew gently on his cold pipe, the gesture automatic and soothing, a physical anchor for memories that might otherwise carry him too far from the present moment. On my last night in the forest, as I camped beneath the eaves of the great wood where it meets the grasslands beyond, I had a dream that seemed to show me the true nature of what I had witnessed during my journey. I dreamed that I stood again in the crown of Thranduil's great oak, but this time I could see not just across the forest, but across all of Middle-earth, and everywhere I looked, I saw the same pattern repeated. Islands of light scattered across seas of shadow, guardians maintaining their watch in the darkest places, hope flowering in the most unlikely gardens. In Gondor I saw scholars preserving ancient wisdom in hidden libraries. In Rohan I saw horse lords teaching their children songs of courage and freedom. In the Shire, I saw hobbits tending their gardens with the kind of love that makes flowers bloom more brightly. In Rivendell, I saw elves maintaining their eternal vigil against the forgetting of beautiful things. The wizard's voice had taken on the quality of the wind itself, soft and constant and infinitely soothing, carrying his words through the peaceful silence like leaves dancing on a gentle breeze. Each of these guardians was doing their part to hold back the shadow, not through grand gestures or mighty battles, but through the simple act of refusing to let the light go out in their corner of the world. Together they formed a network of resistance that the darkness could not see, could not understand, could not defeat. When I woke from that dream, I found myself lying beneath stars that seemed brighter than they had any right to be, and I knew that my journey through Mirkwood had taught me something that would guide me through all the years to come. The battle between light and shadow is not fought with swords and spells alone, but with every small act of love and courage, with every refusal to surrender hope, with every moment when someone chooses to tend a garden rather than curse the darkness. Bilbo stirred slightly in his chair, his smile deepening as if even in his peaceful rest he could sense the profound truth that Gandalf was sharing. His breathing remained deep and even, the rhythm of one who has found perfect peace, yet some part of him seemed to be nodding in agreement with the wizard's words. And that, my dear Bilbo, brings me to the end of my tales for tonight, though in truth it is also a beginning. For every story I have told you contains within it the seeds of countless other stories, paths that branch and wind and converge in patterns that mirror the great tapestry of existence itself. The guardians of Lothlorien with their golden wisdom, the riders of Rohan with their songs of freedom, the defenders of Mirkwood with their quiet courage, they are all part of the same great story, all threads in the same vast weaving. And we, sitting here by this fire in the safety of Rivendell, we too are part of that story, adding our own threads to the pattern with every choice we make, every tale we tell, every moment we choose hope over despair. The fire had burned down to the faintest glow now, just enough light to outline the two figures sitting in comfortable silence beside the hearth. The silence itself had become part of the story, a peaceful conclusion to tales of courage and hope that seemed to linger in the air like the fragrance of distant flowers. "Sleep now, dear friend," Gandalf whispered, his voice so soft it was barely distinguishable from the sound of his own breathing. "Let these tales carry you into dreams of golden woods and green plains, of guardians keeping their eternal watch and lights that shine in the darkest places. And when you wake, remember that you too are a guardian, a keeper of stories and a tender of hope's eternal flame." Bilbo's breathing grew even deeper, his body settling into the complete relaxation of one who has found perfect peace. His smile remained, gentle and content, as if his dreams were already filled with the wonders that Gandalf's tales had revealed. "For in the end," the wizard continued, his words falling like gentle rain into the ocean of silence, "that is what we all are, wanderers in Middle-earth, following paths that lead through darkness toward light, carrying stories that connect us to each other, and to the great tapestry of existence that includes all things. The golden wood and the green plains, the shadowed forest and the halls of wisdom, the quiet hobbit holes and the great kingdoms of men, all are part of the same song, all notes in the same eternal melody that began with the music of creation and will continue until the world's ending and beyond. Sleep, dear Bilbo, sleep and dream of wonders, knowing that somewhere in the darkness guardians keep their watch, tending gardens of hope and singing songs of light that will echo through all the ages to come. And in the peaceful silence of Rivendell's great hall, beside the dying embers of a fire that had warmed more than just their bodies, two old friends found rest at the end of a long day's journey, their hearts full of stories and their dreams touched with the light of Middle-earth's eternal hope. But even as Bilbo's breathing settled into the deep rhythm of peaceful sleep, and even as the last ember in the hearth faded to the faintest glow, Gandalf remained awake, his eyes reflecting starlight from the tall windows that looked out over the valley. For there were more tales yet to tell, more memories that stirred in the depths of his ancient mind like fish rising to the surface of a still pool. He thought of other wanderings, other meetings at the crossroads of the world where different peoples came together in fellowship or conflict, where the great themes of Middle-earth played out in small gestures and quiet words. The night was deep now, but time moved differently in Rivendell, and there was something about this particular evening that seemed to call forth stories like a gardener calling flowers to bloom. Perhaps, he murmured to himself, so softly that even the sleeping hobbit beside him could not hear, there is time for one more tale before the dawn comes calling, a tale of mountains and deep places, of paths that lead through darkness toward unexpected light. The wizard settled more deeply into his chair, drawing his grey cloak around him like a cocoon of memory and starlight. His thoughts turned to journeys taken long ago, to paths that wound through the roots of mountains and halls carved from living stone, to meetings with folk who dwelt in the deep places of the earth and found beauty in caverns that never knew the touch of sun. "Have I ever told you, dear sleeping friend," he whispered to the peaceful figure beside him, "of my journey to the halls of Khazad-dûm, when they still rang with the sound of hammer on anvil, and the songs of the dwarves echoed through passages carved in the youth of the world? It was long ago, in the days when Durin's folk still delved deep and greedily, when the wealth of the mountains poured forth like water from a spring." Though Bilbo slept, his face seemed to show a flicker of interest, as if even in dreams he could hear the promise of tales yet untold. Gandalf smiled at this, remembering all the evenings they had spent together, sharing stories and pipeweed while the world grew dark around them. "I was younger then, though young is a relative term for one such as I. The mountains called to me in those days with voices that spoke of secrets hidden in their hearts, of wisdom carved in stone and metal, of the deep magic that flows in the bones of the earth itself. I had heard tales of the great city beneath the misty mountains, of halls so vast that men called them by the name of Moria, the Black Pit, though to the dwarves themselves they were Khazad-dûm, the Dwarodelf, the most beautiful creation their people had ever wrought. The wizard's voice took on the quality of stone and starlight, deep and enduring, each word chosen with the care of a craftsman selecting the perfect tool for his work. The path to those halls led through high passes where the wind cut like knives and the snow fell even in the height of summer. I followed roads carved into the living rock by dwarven hands, paths that curved and climbed through landscapes so harsh and beautiful that they seemed to belong to some elder world, where giants had played with stone as children play with clay. As I climbed higher into the thin air of the peaks, I began to encounter signs of the dwarven presence, not the crude scars that lesser folk might leave upon the landscape, but works of such skill and artistry that they seemed to grow from the mountain itself. Bridges spanned impossible chasms, their arches so perfectly proportioned that they appeared to float unsupported between the walls of stone. Stairs climbed cliff faces in spirals that followed the natural grain of the rock, each step carved with such precision that no rain could pool upon them, no ice could find purchase to make them treacherous. The fire died to mere ash now, but the warmth of Rivendell seemed to come from the very stones of the hall, as if the building itself had learned to nurture comfort and peace. At the great gates of Khazad-dûm, I stood in awe before doors that seemed to have been crafted by gods rather than mortal hands. They rose from the living stone like mountains themselves, carved with images that told the history of Durin's folk in a language of hammer and chisel that spoke directly to the heart. The dwarves who guarded those gates were themselves works of art, their beards braided with silver wire, their mail gleaming like captured starlight, their axes and hammers wrought with such skill that they seemed to sing with their own inner music. They welcomed me with the courtesy that is the mark of a truly noble people, leading me through passages that opened like flowers carved from stone into the heart of their mountain kingdom. Gandalf paused, his eyes growing distant as memory carried him back through the years to halls that had since fallen into shadow and silence. The first sight of Khazad-dûm's great hall struck me speechless, Bilbo. It was a cavern so vast that its ceiling was lost in shadows, supported by pillars that rose like the trunks of stone trees toward heights that seemed to touch the very roots of the sky. Each pillar was carved with scenes from dwarven legend, stories told in stone that would endure long after the voices that first sang them had fallen silent. Between these mighty columns, the dwarves had built a city that rivaled any work of elves or men for beauty, and surpassed them all for the sheer audacity of its conception. Buildings rose in terraces carved from the living rock, their windows glowing with the warm light of forges and hearths, their doorways decorated with metalwork so intricate it seemed like frozen music. The wizard's voice had taken on a rhythm like the steady beat of hammers on anvil, a sound that spoke of creation and craft, of hands that shaped raw stone and metal into forms of lasting beauty. The air in those halls hummed with activity, the sound of a people who found joy in their work and took pride in the things they created. Smiths worked at forges that glowed like captive stars, their hammers ringing out rhythms that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the mountain. Miners sang as they delved deeper into the earth, following veins of precious metals and gems that gleamed like captured rainbows in the light of their lamps. I was given quarters in a hall carved from a single massive gem, its walls polished until they reflected light like the facets of a jewel. From my windows, I could look out over the great cavern and watch the daily life of Durin's people unfold like a vast symphony played out in stone and fire. Bilbo stirred slightly in his sleep, a small smile crossing his face as if his dreams were filled with the sound of dwarven songs and the sight of halls carved from living rock. His breathing remained deep and peaceful, the rhythm of one completely at rest, yet some part of him seemed to be following Gandalf's tale into the depths of the mountain kingdom. The dwarves in those days were a people at the height of their power and prosperity, their halls filled with treasures that would have made kings weep with envy. But what struck me most was not their wealth, though that was beyond counting, but their deep love for the work of their hands and the joy they took in creation itself. I spent my days wandering through their workshops and studios, watching master craftsmen shape metal and stone with skills that seemed to border on magic. I saw smiths who could forge steel so sharp it could cut through stone, yet so flexible it could be twisted into spirals without breaking. I watched jewellers who could capture light itself within the heart of a gem, making it glow with inner fire that would never fade. But perhaps the most wonderful thing I witnessed was the way knowledge passed from master to apprentice, from old hands to young, in an unbroken chain that stretched back to the very foundations of their people. Each craftsman was not just creating objects of beauty and utility, but preserving and extending traditions that were themselves treasures beyond price. Gandalf's pipe had long since grown cold, but he made no move to relight it, too caught up in the flow of memory and story to interrupt the gentle rhythm of his tale. On my third evening in Khazad-dûm, I was invited to attend a gathering that the dwarves called a song-making, where the greatest of their bards would compete in creating new verses to add to the ancient cycles that told the history of their people. The hall where this took place was perhaps the most beautiful space I had ever seen, carved from a single enormous geode, whose crystalline walls caught and multiplied the light of 1,000 lamps until the entire chamber seemed to glow with its own inner radiance. The acoustics were perfect, designed by master architects who understood not just the shaping of stone but the shaping of sound itself. As I sat among the gathered dwarves listening to voices that could make stone itself weep with their beauty, I began to understand something profound about the nature of these people. They were not just miners and smiths, though. They excelled at both crafts beyond any other folk in Middle-earth. They were artists in the truest sense, creators who saw in every piece of raw stone or unworked metal the potential for something beautiful and lasting. The wizard's voice grew softer still, taking on the quality of distant music, as if he were hearing again the echoes of those long-ago songs that had rung through the crystal halls of Khazad-dûm. The songs they sang that night told of the great deeds of their ancestors, of the first delving of the halls and the discovery of mithril in the deep places of the earth. But they also told of smaller things, of the joy of a smith whose hammer found the perfect rhythm, of the satisfaction of a miner who followed a vein of ore to its source, of the simple pleasure of sharing a well-crafted meal with friends after a day of honest work. One song in particular has stayed with me through all the years since, though I have never heard it sung again. It told of a young dwarf who ventured deeper into the mountain than any had gone before, following whispers of a crystal cavern where gems grew like flowers in a garden tended by the stone itself. The song told how this brave delver found his cavern at last, but discovered that its beauty was so perfect, so complete, that to take even a single crystal would be to diminish something that could never be replaced. So instead of gathering treasure, he simply sat in that place of wonder and sang to the growing gems, adding his voice to the deep music of the earth until the crystals sang back to him in harmonies that no living ear had ever heard. Bilbo's smile deepened as he slept, as if his dreams had filled with the sound of singing crystals and the sight of caverns where gems grew like living things. His body had settled so completely into his chair that he seemed to have become part of the very furniture of Rivendell, a picture of absolute peace and contentment. When the young dwarf finally returned to the halls of his people, the song continued. He brought with him not gems or gold, but something far more precious, a new understanding of the relationship between his people and the mountain that was their home. He taught them that the greatest treasures were not always the ones that could be taken and hoarded, but sometimes the ones that could only be experienced and remembered. The song became part of the great cycle of dwarven lore, passed down from generation to generation as a reminder that true wealth lies not just in the things we possess, but in the beauty we preserve and the wonder we protect for those who will come after us. Gandalf paused, letting the image of that crystal cavern and its singing gems settle into the peaceful silence of Rivendell, like starlight settling on still water. I stayed in Khazad-dûm for 7 days and 7 nights, learning from the dwarves not just about their crafts and their culture, but about the deep joy that comes from working with one's hands to create things of lasting beauty. On my last morning in those halls, I was taken to see the greatest wonder of all, the Chamber of Mizarble, the Chamber of Records, where the history of Durin's folk was written in letters of gold and silver on pages of the finest vellum. The scribes who worked there were artists equal to any smith or jeweller, their quills moving across the pages like dancers tracing patterns of meaning and memory. In that chamber, I was shown something that few outside Durin's people had ever seen. The original record of the first delving, written in the hand of Durin himself. The ancient king had not just recorded the facts of that momentous beginning, but had captured in his words the wonder and joy of that first moment when his people had found their true home in the heart of the mountain. As I read those ancient words, written in a script so beautiful it seemed like artwork rather than mere letters, I felt a connection stretching back through the ages to that moment of first discovery. I understood then that I was witnessing not just the history of a people, but the birth of a relationship between folk and place that would endure until the end of the world. The wizard's voice had grown so soft now that it seemed to blend with the very silence of the hall, each word falling like a gentle snowflake into the deep peace that surrounded them. When it came time for me to leave Khazad-dûm, the dwarves gathered to bid me farewell with a ceremony that spoke to their understanding of the importance of partings as well as meetings. They gave me gifts that I treasure to this day, a walking stick carved from the heartwood of the deepest roots of the mountain, and a small hammer whose head was forged from star metal, and whose handle was wrapped with wire spun from mithril itself. But the greatest gift they gave me was not made of metal or stone, but of understanding. Through my time among them, I had learned to see beauty in forms I had never appreciated before. To understand that the relationship between creator and creation is itself a form of magic more powerful than any spell. As I walked back through the high passes, my pack filled with memories more precious than any treasure, I carried with me a new appreciation for the patient work of hands and hearts that create lasting beauty from raw materials. The dwarves had shown me that true artistry lies not just in grand gestures or spectacular displays, but in the careful attention to detail that makes every small thing perfect in its own way. Bilbo stirred again in his sleep, his breathing growing even deeper and more peaceful, as if his dreams were being shaped by the rhythm of hammers on anvil and the distant echo of songs sung in crystal halls. His face wore an expression of such complete contentment that he might have been experiencing the most restful sleep of his life. And yet, Gandalf continued, his voice barely above a whisper now, that was not the end of my connection to Durin's folk, nor the last tale I could tell of meetings with the children of All the Smith. For paths have a way of crossing and recrossing, and the threads of story weave themselves into patterns that connect all things in ways we rarely expect. Years later, when shadows had begun to gather in the world, and the peace of the elder days was drawing to its close, I found myself once again walking the mountain paths, this time in the company of 13 dwarves and one remarkable hobbit, whose courage would prove to be the key to recovering a kingdom and defeating a dragon. The wizard's eyes turned to the sleeping figure beside him, and his smile was warm with affection and pride. That tale, of course, you know well, my dear Bilbo, for you lived it yourself. But perhaps you have never heard it told from my perspective, have never learned of the deeper currents that flowed beneath the surface of that great adventure. When Thorin Oakenshield first came to me with his plan to reclaim Erebor, I saw in him something of the same spirit that had animated his ancestors in the great halls of Khazad-dûm. He carried within him not just the anger of exile and the desire for revenge, but the deeper longing of his people for the chance to create and build once again. The other members of the company, each in their own way, embodied different aspects of the dwarven character that I had come to love and admire during my time in the mountain halls. Balin with his wisdom and gentle humour, Dwalin with his fierce loyalty and unwavering courage, Fili and Kili with their youthful enthusiasm and joy in adventure. Gandalf's voice took on a different quality now, something that spoke of pride and sadness intermingled, of joy shadowed by loss and triumph touched by sorrow. Each of them carried within themselves the memory of what their people had been and the hope of what they might become again. They were not just seeking treasure or territory, but the chance to restore the broken connection between their people and the places where their hearts truly belonged. And in the centre of it all was you, dear Bilbo, the most unlikely member of any adventuring company that ever set forth from the borders of the Shire. Yet from the first moment I saw you standing in your doorway, bristling with indignation at the very suggestion of adventure, I knew that you were exactly what the company needed. For the dwarves, in their focus on the destination, sometimes forgot to pay attention to the journey itself. They were so intent on reaching the mountain and reclaiming their heritage that they might have missed the smaller wonders and gentler beauties that lay along the path. But you, with your hobbit's eye for comfort and your unexpected capacity for wonder, helped them to see their adventure not just as a means to an end, but as a story worth living for its own sake. The fire had died completely now, but the hall seemed to hold its warmth like a blessing, and the starlight streaming through the tall windows provided a gentle illumination that made everything seem touched with silver and dreams. The journey to Erebor was long and perilous, filled with dangers that tested the courage and resolve of every member of the company. But it was also filled with moments of beauty and wonder, times when the very world seemed to offer gifts to those who had eyes to see and hearts to appreciate them. I remember the morning we looked out over the valley of Rivendell and saw it spread below us like a vision of peace made manifest. I remember the evening when we camped beside the Mirrormere and watched the stars reflect in waters so still they seemed like polished silver. I remember the dawn when we first caught sight of the lonely mountain rising from the plains like a promise of home fulfilled. Each of these moments was a thread in the great tapestry of the adventure, each one necessary to create the pattern that would ultimately lead to the reclaiming of the mountain and the restoration of the line of Durin. But they were also valuable in themselves, gifts of beauty and wonder that enriched the lives of all who experienced them. Bilbo's sleep had grown so deep and peaceful that he barely seemed to be breathing, yet his face continued to wear that gentle smile that suggested his dreams were filled with mountains and dragons. with songs sung in crystal halls and the satisfaction that comes from a great deed well accomplished. His body had found the perfect position of rest, and he seemed to have achieved that state of complete relaxation that is the goal of all true sleep. The battle of 5 armies, Gandalf continued, his voice growing softer still, was a thing of sorrow as well as triumph, a reminder that even the greatest victories come at a cost that must be paid in blood and tears. Yet from that battle came something beautiful as well, the beginning of new alliances between the peoples of Middle-earth, new understanding between elves and dwarves and men that would prove crucial in the darker days to come. And in the heart of it all, your act of courage and sacrifice, dear Bilbo, when you chose to give up the Arkenstone in the hope of preventing bloodshed. In that moment, you embodied the best qualities of all the free peoples, the wisdom of the elves, the courage of men, the loyalty of dwarves, and the good sense of hobbits, all combined into one small gesture that spoke volumes about the power of individual choice to shape the fate of the world. When I saw you standing before the gates of Erebor, offering up the greatest treasure of the mountain in exchange for the possibility of peace, I knew that my faith in you had been justified beyond any hope I might have dared to entertain. You had become more than a burglar or an adventurer. You had become a bridge between worlds, a living example of the truth that the smallest person can make the greatest difference. The wizard paused, his eyes growing distant with memory, and his voice taking on a quality of deep satisfaction, like that of a gardener who has watched a carefully tended plant finally bloom. After the battle, when the dead had been honoured and the wounded tended, when the mountain had been reclaimed and Dane Ironfoot had taken his place, as king under the mountain, I walked once more through the halls that had been cleansed of dragon fire and restored to their former glory. The dwarves who had survived the battle, along with those who had come from the Iron Hills and other settlements to help rebuild their ancient kingdom, worked with the same joy and dedication that I had witnessed in Khazad-dûm so many years before. They sang as they worked, their voices echoing through chambers that had been silent for too long, their hammers ringing out rhythms that spoke of hope renewed and purpose restored. But there was something different about these new songs, something that had not been present in the ancient halls. These melodies carried within them the memory of loss and the knowledge of sacrifice, but also a deeper appreciation for the precious nature of the things they were rebuilding. The dwarves of Erebor had learned something that their ancestors in Khazad-dûm had perhaps forgotten in their prosperity, that true wealth lies not in the accumulation of treasures, but in the preservation of the bonds that connect people to each other and to the places they call home. Gandalf's voice had become almost hypnotic now, each word chosen and placed with the care of a master craftsman setting jewels in a crown of gold. And through it all, dear Bilbo, your influence could be felt like a gentle current running beneath the surface of all that was accomplished. The dwarves remembered your courage and your kindness, your unexpected wisdom, and your willingness to sacrifice for the good of others. You had become part of their story, woven into the great tapestry of their history, as permanently as any thread spun from mithril. When it came time for you to leave the mountain and return to your hobbit hole in the Shire, the farewell was not just between friends, but between kindred spirits, who had discovered that the bonds forged in shared adventure are stronger than any differences of race or culture. You carried with you not just a portion of the treasure, but something far more valuable, the knowledge that you had played a crucial role in one of the great stories of the age. And now, as you sleep peacefully beside this fire in the halls of Rivendell, you carry within your dreams the memory of all those wonders and all those friendships, all the beauty and terror and joy of that great adventure. You have become a living bridge between the simple pleasures of the Shire and the great deeds that shape the fate of Middle-earth. A reminder that the most important adventures often begin with a simple step outside one's own front door. The silence that followed these words was so complete that it seemed to have substance, wrapping around the two friends like a blanket woven from peace itself. The last of the embers had faded to ash, but the warmth of the hall remained, as if the very stones had absorbed not just heat, but the comfort and contentment that had filled the evening with such gentle magic. Gandalf sat quietly in his chair, watching the peaceful rise and fall of Bilbo's breathing, and feeling a deep satisfaction in the knowledge that he had shared these tales with the one person in Middle-earth who would truly understand their significance. For Bilbo was not just a listener, but a participant. Not just an audience, but a fellow wanderer who had walked many of the same paths and seen many of the same wonders. "Sleep well, dear friend," the wizard whispered, his voice so soft it was barely distinguishable from the whisper of wind through the eaves of Rivendell. "Dream of golden woods and crystal halls, of songs sung by trees and gems that grow like flowers in gardens tended by the earth itself. Dream of the great tapestry of Middle-earth, and know that your own thread runs through it in patterns of courage and kindness that will endure long after the last tale has been told." And in the gentle silence that followed, as the night deepened toward dawn and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, two old friends rested in the perfect peace that comes to those who have shared not just stories, but the deeper understanding that connects all wanderers on the long roads of the world. The fire had died to ash, but the warmth of friendship remained, eternal and unchanging as the love that binds all free peoples in the great song of existence that began before memory, and will continue until the world's end and beyond.